Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing? We are back. First stream since the off collab. And tonight, we're doing some Mecha combat. Maybe some Ultraman. Anna was putting the Dokit to sleep, and she may have fallen asleep with them. So, if she wakes up, we'll do some Ultraman watch along. Otherwise, we'll wait till she can join us and just focus on the mechs tonight. And as teased, I'll also be talking about my secret project that's coming up. But start with Armored Core. How's everybody doing tonight or this morning? Happy Saturday morning, everyone. You'll see it says continue. I did start up the tutorial so I could calibrate the control of running the Steam controller. So I was fiddling around with the trackpad, which is what controls the camera. I'm still not entirely happy with how I've got it set up, but I think it's playable for now. But otherwise, I've only reached the catapult in the tutorial, and I didn't even save, so this should play as a run through all the way from the beginning when I hit continue here. Good morning, Trava. How are you doing? As always, how is the audio balance between game and voice? And how is the latency from all the way across the ocean? Check that real quick. Watching my own stream to check the latency. Let's see. Right, latency check. That's not bad for me, only like 3 seconds, but audio's good, alright. Doing alright? Glad to hear it. Good. I'm doing pretty good here since the typhoon. No real bad long-term effects in our area from it, except that the Lawsons stopped stocking the giant cabbage and mincemeat croquettes ever since the typhoon, so they must have taken out the croquette farm. Now they just have one that's like a seaweed flavor. It's not as good. Here we go. Armored Core 6 Spires of Rubicon. I have never played an Armored Core game before. I've heard this one in the reviews. Previous Armored Core players are talking about how this one is more like a Souls-like game than a classic Armored Core game. My buddy tells me it feels like playing as a character from Combat Frame Exceed. We'll talk about that later. But either way, sold. Let's get to it. And good evening. How are you doing up there? I heard what the rumbling noise was. It's because I turned the haptics on my Steam controller and set it on the desk. Oh, this is cool. Controller's rumbling with the feedback from re-entry. This is cool. I didn't have the rumble turned on when I was playing this before. There we are. 1.5 days left of Game Jam. Yeah, push for the last 36 hours. I gotta see what you've been doing for that. No game. Oh, shoot. Yep, desktop audio is muted. I can add it.
Off target, but within permissible range.
There we go. There's the game audio back. Sorry about that. We were in space. Sound doesn't travel in space.
Main system activating combat mode.
One of the things I took advantage of on this Steam controller was finding the A key to the right paddle, because if you don't, there's not really a way to fly and control the camera at the same time, because you got to be holding down the A button. Up something here. Database. Oops. Alright. Good to know that the rocket sword's bad or whatever.
Clear out those guard mechs. Chance to test your AC.
Fun there. Oh, I love how you move in this game. This feels so smooth. Just out of range of the sword. Did I get him? Yeah, it's bad guys. I mean, shooting at me. Nope, that's just telling me to go right. Yeah, the controls feel. I just love how smooth the mech moves when you've got boost mode on, which I will have on all the time. Like, it just feels so good. Looks cool. Yeah, the only part of the controls that are still wonky to me is getting the camera movement, but I think that's just a matter of continuing to fiddle with the trackpad settings till it moves the way I want it to. No, come on. There we go. Actually, since it's still showing me options. Yeah, my camera speed settings are still good. Oh yeah, and we're we're putting the stream machine to the test here. I'm trying to run the game as highly graphically as I can. Stress testing the computer and the internet. This one.
Your AC's taken damage. Patching up.
2 repair kits remaining.
See the contaminated city down there? That's where you're landing. Access the catapult.
Or shut.
Time to fly, 621. If we get our hands on Rubicon's coral, we'll make a killing. Plenty for a merc with a fried brain like you.
I don't play a lot. AAA titles, not really any by and large, so this is a treat to see something like this.
Enough chat, back to work. Scavenge the AC Rex ahead.
Man, they look awesome.
Mercenary license. We're illegals here. You'll need ID to operate.
Can't really be stealthy in a mix. I count 1, 2, 3, 4 up on our age. Maybe we can be stealthy. Come on. I wonder if there's a way to disable these. Or is I'm about to show. If you good look, rocket launcher.
They'll get in the way of our work. Eliminate them.
Oh, I'm pressing too hard on the stick, aren't I? Where'd they go? Yeah. Oh, the combat feels so good. That's just fun. Oh, this is so much fun. Just, yeah. Zipping around. Launching missiles. Alright. Hey, if a tree falls in a forest and no one's around to hear it, I'm still stealthy. Okay, that's what I've been accidentally doing by mashing too hard on the control stick.
Follow the markers.
Isn't very stealthy at all. If anyone has radar up, super visible. But no one shot me yet, so. Ryan, RB18, Thomas Kirk. License expired.
This one's already expired.
This is. There we go. There we go. Go find them. There we go. Ooh, guys over there.
What?
We got something good!
Get out of there! You can
Wow,
That's the PC.
that's massive.
Keep a low profile. We don't want them breathing down our necks.
I will blend in with this Mecha colored scaffolding here. Oh wow, that's cool. Hang on, being distracted from it. That's cool. It's gonna be the freeway here. Oh, very stealthy.
Analyzing.
Right, I can be a mercenary for 12 hours.
Corp license. Easily traced. Forget it.
I wonder if it, no matter which order you pursue the objectives in, if it, oh, there's one. Somebody. Back helicopters. got the sword to connect.
Right shoulder ammunition at 30%.
Let's see about this license.
It is.
It's still valid, but the pilot's rank is no good. We can't use this.
Right, alright.
I've picked up one more Rec 621. Transmitting marker. Go and check it out.
Hey there. See you. That was satisfying. Ooh. Okay.
You can use that vertical catapult to get some altitude.
That's fun. Where's that guy?
That's it. Try accessing the Rec. Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were on to you after all.
Oh,
I'm in no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
AP at 30%.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
lock on. Got behind it.
AP at 50%.
See it. There we go. problem. Do I have aim assist off? I think I might.
AP at 30%.
Ooh. Grid assist is on. Shift control, access, boost camera. Oh, I have to tap. Lock on. That would help. Alright, let's try this again. With our newfound knowledge how to play the game.
Try accessing the rack. Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. Pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you.
No. Just have to make sure I'm still following him. And not just face tanking all his minigun shots.
AP at 50%. At 30%.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Oh, that seemed confusing.
50%.
Right, I'm doing a little better here.
At 30%.
That's not good. We died faster that time, but I feel like we were doing better. Okay, so when he flies out of your target zone, I just gotta stay on him.
That's it. Try accessing the rack.
Yeah, I think I'm doing the Steam controller for me. Some adjustments there. We'll mess with the trackpad for a minute. Feels a little better. The response better. Alright, let's see if that makes the lock on with this guy. Feels a little better.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. I'm in no mood to pick a fight with the PCA.
Oh, that didn't work.
But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
At 50%. 2 repair kits remaining.
Increase your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Shoot me. I should not do that.
AP at 30%. No repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought the camera was supposed to auto lock onto the target. I can't tell if I'm disabling it with some button press, like mashing QR on the right control stick, or not. Yeah, this would be tremendously easier if I stayed locked onto him the whole time. Maintain target assist. Target assist is on. Full settings. Unless I'm accidentally turning it on and off by clicking too hard. Let's try rebinding target assist to... I don't have a left shoulder weapon right now, so this is not a permanent solution, but... Fist. Oh, that's why. It doesn't even recognize clicking on the trackpad as... I have no way to click R3, basically. So... Get to that. Trying to bind it to a menu key there. Yeah, that's not ideal because of that. I don't have a left shoulder weapon right now, so for now we're gonna make that. This could be a problem. Can't lock on with the Steam controller because I don't actually have a right thumb button. see. What's this all boost? You know what? Since I have Purge Weapon on auto, now I still need something to replace it with, though. Unless, hang on, maybe if I go into Steam controls, controller settings, because it thinks I have an Xbox controller. Right trackpad behavior, right joystick. It's right. It says a right joystick, but I guess not as a right, not as your R3 button. Oh wait, here we go. Trackpad, there we go. Right trackpad behavior. Click. Right joystick click. There we go. Joystick click, cool. Then, alright, so that was handled in Steam Big Picture mode. Now we shouldn't have to, let's look anything in here. We can just go back to type A. Alright, let's see how the fight goes this time.
That's it.
We can
Try
actually
accessing the rack.
use our full controller now. That's going to be game changing.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign.
Ooh.
What? Looks like they were onto you after all. I'm in no mood to pick a fight with people.
Oh, this is so much better.
It doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you.
Oh, I'm still letting them shoot me that.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of installations on the ground.
AP at 50%.
Lost target lock on him.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%. AP at 30%.
We got target lock working. It looks like he can still break lock if I move too far away. But that is so much better than before. Either that or I'm accidentally breaking lock by pressing too hard.
Try accessing the rack.
That was a lot better than before. Lose luck if they zip over me. When they're in gun mode, I think I need to close with them, because if I'm underneath the chopper, I think I'm in his miniguns blind spots.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck. Registration number RB.
Really should look at the environment around here more too, because there's a lot of good spots to hide from the missiles. I think I'm putting a lot of my own missiles into them.
You after all. No mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
Dodge if I cannot see it. Here.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Vulnerable.
Two repair kits remaining.
You've got them now. Make it count 61. We got what we came for.
Trying to hide outside the stage. That's cheating.
One repair kit remaining. AP at 30%.
You still need to dodge. So focused on his health bar in his cockpit, I'm like, I'm not taking that much damage. Well, Doge, welcome.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck.
I don't know, this is a good tutorial boss. I feel like it's probably teaching me things about how later bosses are going to operate too.
23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were on to you after all. No mood to pick a fight with the PCA. Doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you.
I don't think it's fair that he can hide behind the boundaries to the map. But we'll get him.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
His version of the Demon Asylum. Yeah, that one actually, yeah, you know what, let's treat it like an asylum. Let's see. What am I not using to my advantage here? I know it. You know what? I wonder how far away I can run from this guy. Can I drag him down to where that elevator is? The whole point of the asylum viewing was fight him head on, use the train to your advantage.
Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What?
Yeah, let's lure this guy.
We're on to you after all.
Nope. Okay, I guess I'm stuck up here, but
I'm in no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. It doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
2 repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
so they're still gonna see.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%. AP at 50%.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 30%.
Yeah, we gotta mind those buildings with the guns. Don't get me. Missiles will still return. And I cannot run back into the city. I'm stuck up there. So definitely made.
That's it. Try
Where's all
oxys.
two? See if that helps.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were on to you after all. I'm in no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID
try and charge him when he's got the miniguns up. Got it.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%. No repair kit AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Dodge roll boosting. Yeah, I need to manage my energy better. So I'm like, I know what's in the air. You know, you got dodges like that. But if I burn up all my energy, it'll be good. Also, real quick, I'm gonna fiddle with the trackpad some more. Still not happy with how it's controlling. I don't know a very scientific method for resetting the trackpad sensitivity. I'm just gonna fiddle with it until I find something that feels good.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call
Okay.
sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. No mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%. At 30%. AP at 50%. AP at 30%. One repair kit remaining. AP at 50%.
You've got them now. Make it count 6 to 1. We got what we came for. Tie up the loose ends 6 to 1.
Right shoulder ammunition AP at 30%. No repair.
Oof. You know, I think flying all the time is a mistake. Even though he's telling me my mobility in the air, I feel a lot better staying on the ground for most of it.
That's it. Try accessing the rack. Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all.
to his guns.
They won't have enough to ID you.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%.
Wrong time to try and charge him.
At 30%. AP at 30%.
It's loading. Let's see.
That's it. Try accessing the rack.
Remember, I touch the center and like recenters. I'm trying to turn that off. Centering. Well, let's tell center. No. That's centering. Yeah, let's try that. Oh, okay. Was that the problem all along? Also need to make sure I'm using my gun more. Like as soon as the weapon's done with its cooldown period, I need to be putting fire on them.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the That's it. Try accessing the wreck.
Okay, double press. Hey, I wouldn't want to take a sword to a cockpit either. Also, welcome then.
Registration number RB23.
Look, I'll take my chances with a bullet coming my way,
Call
but
sign.
the
Looks like they were onto you after all. I'm in no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
missiles in half. Did that actually work?
AP at 30%.
Gee, all I did was get myself shot there.
AP at 30%. AP at 50%. At 30%. AP at 30%.
I'm getting the hang of the missiles. It's the guns. Yeah, I think there's a couple openings in this attack pattern where it's safe to charge in, like when he dips in low, but if I do it when he's outside the barrier that stops me from going after him any further, then I just run straight into his guns.
Try accessing the wreck. Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. I'm in no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
So there's no reason I should ever get behind a building if I'm not attacking it.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Guess charging. Didn't mean to do that, but you know.
One repair kit remaining. AP at 30%. No repair kits remaining. AP at 30%. Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Stay on the ground. Stay behind the buildings whenever possible. Don't accidentally activate assault boost and charge right into his missiles. Do run up and slash him in the cockpit when the opportunity arises.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck. Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. No mood to pick a fight with the PCA. Doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
So we're going for it. And that would have worked too if we didn't. Get behind the stupid barrier. That building I can hide behind. My buildings. Where's my cover?
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Off to a good start.
AP at 50%. One repair kit remaining. AP at 30%. No repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
No damage runs. Oh, it just came out this weekend, right? You don't have to dodge if you put a building between you and the ordnance.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck.
Hang on, fiddling with the controller again. I'm just not. I don't like how the camera moves, but I don't want to blame the game. I'm pretty sure it's just something in how I have the Steam controller set up. And I will eventually get it to act like a normal right stick. Yeah, I want to build my mech out of whatever they're making these buildings out of.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
Not blocking. There we go.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at
Dagger me right before I was going to take this shot. Where am I?
at 30%.
Look around. Move camera. There we go. Nope. Yeah, don't move camera. I don't know why I told you to do that.
Remaining.
I can't see him.
One repair kit remaining. AP at 30%.
Dumb. Dead. Well, that would be something. You wait, break down the first health bar, another one starts loading. I haven't even been looking much at the health bar. I don't know how close we've actually gotten to killing it. I know we've staggered it a couple times.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all.
Just it again.
To pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
Oh, why would you undo it?
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I should have healed.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck. Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you.
AP at 50%.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 30%.
Joystick.
That's it.
Right.
Try accessing the wreck.
Joystick. Right. Right joystick. Mouse spear right. We've tried aggressive, we've tried linear, we've tried relax, we've tried wide. Types of centering seems to be doing fine. I think what's weird to me about the camera is how like close this center point is, right? Like in FPS, that's like that point is way out ahead of you. Here, it's basically centered right over your mech, and everything rotates around your mech.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't
Got locked now.
Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you.
AP at 50%.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Break the shit out there.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%. 1 repair kit remaining. AP at 50%.
They're just. Oh, my rifle shots are ricocheting if I don't wait for it to give me that tone with the like little yellow lock on. Yeah, he starts firing at me before I can actually lock on to him. I probably need to go hide and wait for him to actually enter the arena so that we can both start shooting at each other at the same time.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck. Registration number RB23.
Yep.
Rank fits the bill.
We're gonna make this fair for
Call
us.
sign.
Oh, here we go.
What? Looks like they were onto you after all. In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
Oh, he already sees me.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%. 2 repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
What?
1 repair kit remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%. No repair kits remaining. AP
Wow, shoot. That was a good start, though. Got 2 sword hits in on him, and I just forgot to repair myself. Gotta put it all together.
Try accessing the wreck. Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all.
So I'm going for it.
No mood to pick a fight with the PCA.
Guess that kind of worked.
Doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you.
Building.
Two repair kits remaining.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%. AP at 50%. AP at 30%. No repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
It's early sword charge. That of course seems to work well. Seems to work well. Not shooting until I'm locked on will save the rifle ammo. Popping missiles, but not so close to buildings that I just shoot. I think there's something that's trying to get closer to him and get in the blind spot of his guns.
RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. No mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you.
Oh, fuck. Fuck, dang it. Oh, this one's not gonna go so quick.
In the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Two repair kits remaining.
anything. Get underneath him. The guns is the problem. The missiles are a bit more telegraphed, and I think they're easier to dodge.
That's it.
The guns are what shoot me up and then stagger me. I also need to be trying to get more stagger on him. Let me put on me. Burn through his health faster.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. I'm in no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you.
Hey.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%. Two repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. One repair kit remaining. AP at 30%. AP at 50%. AP at 30%. Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
That's the farthest we've ever gotten. There's a couple opportunities that I've now spotted for more time than it's safe to close with the sword. And I think I need to find opportunities to hold still for shooting the give the rifle time to lock on. Otherwise they just ricochet off the cockpit. I was feeling better, and I think a little more in the air isn't too bad. The other thing I keep doing is when I try to dodge right, I'm pressing the B button instead. X is always the dodge boost. Just whatever direction you hold the stick's the direction you dodge.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
Oh, so close. We will get there. I'm not going to end stream and leave a negative review. I believe that we will win.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck. Registration number RB23.
I do wonder if there's anything else in the environment that I'm missing.
Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. No mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%. AP at 50%. AP at 30%. AP at 30%.
Yeah, don't be that close. Too many drops misses. The battlefield with negative emotions, harm, and paths.
Try accessing the wreck.
Any empaths nearby listening? I wouldn't be if I were you.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. And no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%. 2 repair kits remaining.
Stop trying to charge him when he hides behind this cheat screen. Charge right into the miniguns. It's a terrible idea.
50%. AP at 30%.
Don't get caught out in the open. I know I'd say I'm in Dark Horse. Worst maps ever put in an FPS down to 8 health. I know I'd say I am not familiar, but
Try accessing.
good job. If it's anything like the White Palace, I feel ya. Or whatever the FPS equivalent of the White Palace is.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%. 2 repair kits remaining. AP at 50%.
That would have been great if I was locked on.
AP at 30%. AP at 50%. AP at 50%. At 30%.
Oh. Joe the White Palace, very skillful. The Anowat City, sewer level full of shield ignoring enemies, dark corridors, and slipstreams. It's just a beating. Yeah, that sounds frustrating. Alright, I need to stop charging him when he's got his miniguns out before I just charge right into him and get staggered, accomplish nothing but take a lot of damage.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck.
Get there eventually.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Gee.
AP at 50%. AP at 50%. AP at 50%. Right shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Just out of reach with his gun on me. Feeling like I'm getting more of the rhythm of the fight though. Seeing where the opportunities are to melee him, get underneath his blind spot.
Accessing the wreck.
Well, Ben, it's been a while. How have you been besides the level we just cleared?
Number RB23. Rank fits the bill.
What have you been doing?
Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all. In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you.
Chat, I gotta stop doing that. I should know when he's gonna run behind his little safety zone.
AP at 50%. One repair kit remaining. AP at 50%.
See each other.
AP at 50%.
Cheap.
AP at 30%. Right shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Yeah, if I pop the missile pods too close to the buildings, I just impact the buildings. They do keep him safe as much as me, but I think they're keeping me a lot more safe.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck.
If we were just both in the open, he has way more ammo to throw at me, so pick the buildings. Now, what's keeping him most safe is that like
Registration number
basically boss room boundary that he can hide behind, which is really bad when I charge him, because then not only do I not hit him, but I just kind of hang out there.
In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you.
Be like right there.
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Yeah, there's a lot of times I would have put a sword through his cockpit if he wasn't hiding behind his magic barrier. Well, maybe I missed it in the tutorial, most of which we played like 2 hours ago, but
Try accessing the wreck.
we'll look and see if he's got some kind of shield in the cockpit, and if I need to hit him with the sword before I can even shoot him.
Registration number RB23. Rank
What,
fits
what
the
if we
bill.
just go for the sword and then he shows up?
What? Looks like they were onto you after all. No mood to pick a fight with PCA. Doesn't matter. Take it out now, they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Yep, I need to watch my energy more.
2 repair kits remaining.
Something like that. What am I doing?
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
It's long look missiles. Alright, hit me.
One repair kit remaining.
Yep, he's gonna run away behind the bales.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Kills. Can he move?
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%. No repair kits remaining. AP at 30%.
Right there. Slowly but surely. Oh, let's see, Ben, what he gets there. Episode I had the game where episode 6 of 12. Oh shoot! Did these comments just load now? Was this your new project after Pinkerton's Ghost, or is this part of Pinkerton's Ghosts?
That's it. Try accessing the wreck. Registration number RB23.
Part of Pinkerton's Ghosts.
The bill. Call sign.
And I go. Base.
Looks like they were onto you after all. No mood to pick a fight with the PCA. It doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
I need to do whatever I did at the beginning there, where I was able to stay on top of the helicopter and chain together multiple sword attacks. Is that the trick? Has this been the trick the whole time, is climb on top of the helicopter and just attack it with your sword? Just putzing around on the ground stuff. I mean, shoot, that was how you killed the asylum, you know, to jump on the set. So, yeah, if I knew he's going to show up right here.
Call sign. Looks like they were onto
Oh,
you after
okay.
all.
A little low. Alright,
No mood to pick a fight with the PCA.
aim it right.
But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground. You've got them now. Make it count 6 to 1.
I think we may have discovered the trick here. Yeah, I just needed to be meleeing this thing the whole time, much like in Power Dolls. Because we took it down to like half health in like the first set of attacks there. So maybe maybe I've just been pursuing the wrong strategy this whole time. And I need to drive closer and hit it with my sword. Alright, I missed that jump the first time, so we'll still start back here. But
Rank fits the bill.
dude,
Call sign.
Flipping Prime was right, just fix bayonets and charge.
Looks like they were onto you after all. I'm in no mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
So I really just need to dodge him on the ground while my energy rebuilds. Close with him, charge. Looks like when he flies over me, it's the perfect opportunity to do that. So on the ground. Energy refresh. Pop a few missiles at him. Wait for him to come out from his little hidey hole.
AP at 50%.
Yep.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%. 1 repair kit remaining. AP at 50%. No repair kits remaining. AP at 50%.
Got stuck in a corner there. But okay, yeah, that's the strategy. Just get on the ground, recharge energy, look for an opening, charge, sword to the cockpit, get on the ground. Man, I can't believe I wasted 2 hours pursuing the suboptimal strategy of just trying to shoot it.
Try accessing the wreck.
Alright, the game is trying to teach me you have a sword. We gave you the sword so you can use it. Everything else is just to kill the. Oh, and don't try and charge him while the handler's still talking because I will miss.
Call sign.
Wait for him.
Looks like they
If
were
I can
onto you
actually lock on, then charge.
to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
2 repair kits remaining.
Oh, quit running away, you coward.
Repair kit remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Now begin refining correct strategy.
That's it. Try
Oh,
access.
running role-playing games with the backers. What system are you using to run the games? You have a something homebrewed for Pinkerton's Ghost. Oh yeah, feel free to drop a link to your stuff in the chat too for anyone that wants to see. Ben
Registration
does
number RB23.
urban fantasy horror
Call
podcast.
What? Looks like they were onto you after all. In no mood to pick a fight with the PCA.
I guess it's good though.
Doesn't matter. Check it out now. They won't have enough to ID you. Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Here, I made it up onto the cockpit, like above the cockpit last time. That was awesome.
AP at 50%.
You've got them now. They can count 621. We got what we came for. Tie up the loose end, 621.
2 repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. 1 repair kit remaining. AP at 30%. AP at 50%.
Right. Gotten far enough. I think I unlocked his near-death moveset because there was that yellow field that appeared. I think that did something bad to me.
That's it. Try
That yellow
access.
field is I don't think I want to be in it. Do the are the session reports going to get turned into stories for them or for the
Call sign.
listening public?
What? Looks like they were onto you after all. To pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
Actually, you know what, Ben? Since you're here, would you like to just like hop on the stream as a guest?
Use your mobility in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
Tempt you to either of you or both of you would be welcome to hang out here while I pound my head into this wall.
AP at 30%. 2 repair kits remaining.
You've got them now. Make it count 621. We got what we came for. Tie up the loose ends, 621.
1 repair kit remaining. AP at 50%. No repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. Flight shoulder ammunition at AP at 30%.
So close. Okay, we almost got him. His defensive weapons get, I think, more aggressive when you try to charge him towards the end. But oh, that was close. All right, hang on. Let me set this up so Ben Wheeler, friend of the show, can join in. Here, I'll get that loaded. Gotta make sure Discord will actually be captured too. All right, application audio capture.
That's it. Try accessing the rack.
Oh wait, actually no. If I have desktop audio on, it should just get captured in there, I think. Let's see. You may disappear for a minute. But why not part of the Superversive Discord under this account? Or hang on, there's got to be a server we have in common. Ben, you got to invite me as Miliardo to the Superversive server. I could have sworn we had a server in common. switch accounts by myself. Could have sworn I was under this name. There we go. Superversive gaming chat. My Fugi should reassert itself in a minute. Hello. Rest of chat, are you able to hear Ben? I've got desktop audio on, so I think it should capture your voice alongside the game. Oh no, I killed my Fugi.
Oh yeah.
Killed my reactor.
Looks like I'm pretty faint on the YouTube though.
You are... Let's see. Yeah, if you're desktop audio, then I probably need to lower the in-game audio. Oh. Turn the master volume down. Alright, how do you sound to the stream audio now?
Test. She sells seashells by the seashore.
I put around the ragged rocks.
I'm less faint.
Yeah, the problem is if I capture the Discord audio directly, then you'll probably get like double. I'll just turn the game audio down a little.
You can well, what you can do is you can right click on my name on Discord, and usually there's a user volume.
Oh yeah, there we go. All right, let's try that now.
Test.
All right. Actually, wait, can you hear me? Through Discord? I hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I can only hear you through the YouTube.
Oh, that is because Discord is looking for a different microphone. There we go. Now you should hear me through Discord.
Yep. I'll be muting the YouTube.
Hello, everybody. This is friend of the channel, Ben Wheeler.
Hello. Excuse me.
He has been playing.
That time to choke on some popcorn.
Oh, the best time to choke on popcorn.
Oh yeah. Miliardo and I have known each other through different circles for quite some time. It's been pretty great. Yeah. My main thing is I'm the writer, editor, general mind behind Pinkerton's Ghosts, which is a horror anthology podcast dedicated to, roughly half-hour horror stories of a modern variety. It's it kind of fills an itch because like most of the other examples that exist of this specific genre are some of the most it's pretty bad. Like they're like all the characters like the horror is usually abused or just not there beyond a certain point, or they try to do funny things with the characters, and also like it's just there's no Christian examples of it. While I would like to say the cross kills much, so does lead and such. And I don't think people understand the balance between the two things. So they're afraid to add religion, besides the fact that often it's written by the unreligious, who have only the concept that I believe is of horror, which I believe is an echo of their hellbound nature, which I also believe explains a lot of John Carpenter's work.
Well, hang on, elaborate on the John Carpenter bit.
So John Carpenter is not a Christian, as people may be shocked to say, but he has made several movies that are basically descend into a quote-unquote hellscape and discover that the demons aren't really that bad. Most people view it as a metaphor for like the homosexual community or something, because I believe he's also homosexual. But like the deeper meaning of it is in fact that this man prefers the company of demons to angels, and not just as his bedfellows. And so I love John Carpenter's work. I want to be clear on that. Like The Thing, Halloween, and all this other stuff is just 10 out of 10. Let me double check. Halloween was John Carpenter, right?
Yeah, I was thinking Big Trouble in Little China for. I think I like that. I don't know if I like The Thing or Big Trouble in Little China better.
I like The Thing better. Like Big Trouble in Little China is like one of those movies I never say no to, but it's also a movie I never really seek out. Like I saw it once, I'm like, oh, this is very entertaining.
That was the first one I thought of when you mentioned descending into an underworld, because the first time I watched that, I was like, this was actually like a dungeon crawl film.
This one in particular, compared to some, isn't as bad. There's the one I'm really thinking of. Is it not Village of the Damned?
Didn't he also do, was it They Live, or that the one with the dude with like the glasses that you can see everybody's zombies?
Oh yeah, They Live. Where is? It was. Am I completely off kilter?
What? Looks like they were onto you after all.
Because it was. There's like a village. Assault on Precinct 13 is also really good. Because I want to be clear here, John Carpenter is a really skilled horror guy. But just come on. Have I? Wrote a check, my mouth can't back up. I must have. Because
2 repair kits remaining.
let me see here. Because I look at TV tropes, and sometimes we don't have everything.
Get on top of him briefly.
Yes.
TP at 50%. TP at 30%.
Huh. Apparently, Big Trouble in Little China was a financial failure.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't know that.
What's in the illustrious company of Princess Bride, and well, it seems like every other movie I enjoy.
Right.
50%.
Yeah, some of the stuff's very frustrating because it's very like the normies don't know what's good for them. That's what it is. The normies need to be taught with the iron hand.
Careful though. If they start liking it, they might like it for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, that's true. Alright, I might have made a mistake. I thought huh. No, and he's not a homosexual either. I must have been thinking of somebody completely different, and my apologies to John Carpenter. But there is a I'm gonna have to look this up because there's a village because there's a movie where this guy goes down into a village and essentially meets a whole bunch of monsters.
Wait, are you
And it
thinking
turns
of
out
Clive Barker?
I must be thinking of Clive Barker.
That's it. Try accessing the rack.
I thought he based a lot of the stuff in Hellraiser on his experience in that scene.
Yes, Hellraiser. Okay, now it all clicks together.
Registration number
My apologies. I flipped John Carpenter and Clive Barker.
What?
Nightbreed. There we
They were
go.
onto you after all.
Yes.
No mood to pick a fight with the PCA. But it doesn't matter. Take it out now and they won't have enough to ID you.
Which I do like Hellraiser too, though I don't know how many times I would watch it. There's some stuff in there I could do without.
I rewatch it every other year or so. Mostly it's
Use
I
your
feel
mobility
like
in the air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
most of this stuff is kind of like it comes from like Clive Barker in particular is very much anti-religious. He, if I understand correctly, he used to be Catholic, but now I'm questioning everything.
No, I think that's correct.
Basically, when you write horror, it comes from the sort of what makes you tick rather than from the outside. At least that's how I experience it. And I think that's how Clive Barker experiences it, definitely. Where since he has things about religion and he's feminist and he has these weird sexual hang-ups, it comes out. You know, one of the dangers of art is sort of putting yourself into it in a way that reveals your secrets, I guess is a good way to put it.
Like the old meme. Tonight's episode. Writer's barely disguised fetish.
Yep. And it's like in some cases it's not really a fetish, but for most people it's definitely their fetishes or some other hang up. It's you know, when people kind of let's say like on the internet you gravitate to whatever forums and communities that sort of tickle you the right way. It's the same way with art. But the thing is that like to make good art you have to kind of overmaster it and essentially not like to be clear, not do what the audience wants, because the audience mostly doesn't know what they want. Like the second you have an audience, they're already there. And if they like it, they'll continue with it. Like I get about, like there's 1,000 something views on my first episode of Pinkerton's Ghosts on YouTube. And most of my new episodes only get about 50 the first year. So it's clear that.
Oh, all right, there we go.
Nice. It's a pretty decent explosion.
Confirmed. Heavy combat helicopter is down.
It only took 3 hours.
Here's the call sign from that
About
license you picked up.
2/3 of that was pursuing a non-winning strategy.
Well,
Raven.
now you know, and
That's your
knowing
new
is
name here
half
on
the battle
Rubicon.
while you try to stab him with your sword.
Yeah, it's extreme mecha violence. All right,
Yep.
it's animation.
What's fun is since Pinkerton's Ghost isn't just me,
Coral,
it's like a
a
bunch of other
sublime
ones. I gotta
substance.
see how my co-writers tick,
Discovered on Rubicon,
and it's like,
planet on the
okay,
frontier of
there's a
developed
bad
space.
habit, and I
For a
smack
time,
it.
coral was a revolutionary energy resource and data conduit, poised to
I
transform
promote being
human
violent
society
and bullying
by leaps and bounds.
bullying your writers for whatever project
Your
they
job
do.
as the editor, right?
Of Ibis,
Exactly.
a storm of flame that tore through the stars, leaving lethal contamination in its wake.
And
Coral, the kindling,
I call it
was thought
bullying.
to have been utterly consumed,
But you
forever
know, the more
lost.
people I get under my sway, the more bullying I get to do.
However, on Rubicon, the embers continued to burn.
It just means who edits the editor, and I'm not going to pay
Humanity
for that.
would
garbage.
inevitably return
It's editors all the
to
way
stoke
down.
the fire.
No. Everyone has an opinion. I so I on the Sunday Superversive live stream, I promote a lot of Kickstarters, and someone actually contacted me for once, and I'm like, ooh, someone actually wants to be on the show, and like without invite, and it turns out it was like werewolf erotica, and I'm like, no, that is maybe not our target demographic, putting it lightly.
Look, I'll level with you. If you ever read my work, like, I like wolf girls, but I'm not writing werewolf erotica.
Oh, this was like legs full spread, and you could buy it as a poster on a certain Kickstarter tier.
Some work for you already. Take a look, 621.
I was like, nope. I mean, they censored it on Kickstarter, but could have buy the uncensored version. Oh boy. But that does have an audience, sadly. What people kind of struggle with is the whole like audience product dichotomy. Like, you are always responsible for the product you put out at all times, and there's no, like, when you die, when you go to heaven, and God looks at you and he says, you spent over 3,000 hours of your precious life writing werewolf erotica. Like, everyone in heaven's gonna know. Like, it's it's a pretty big waste of time and effort to be known for that, to use your gifts for that. And I can't support it.
Yeah, 'cause that's not even going to be something like, like other art or creative endeavors where, you can have, if you do something that's like borderline, like some people are going to take it the wrong way, but even if you don't intend it that way, like, for every person that steps forward and is like, hey, your fiction led me down this path, like, there can be other people that are going to be like, yeah, but that's not what he intended, and his fiction led me on the path to heaven, so.
Oh yeah, and it's like, anything you do and anything you put out there is there forever. I'm not gonna claim I haven't written shameful things in my past, but it's like, occasionally these things always raise up their ugly heads, and it's like, hey, you made a mistake, and that's on the internet until the bombs drop.
Or maybe
So-
not, given how I guess now that interest rates are up and money is expensive again, a lot of people are starting to look at how much they're spending on storage.
Yeah, it's true. But it's one of those that which is dead never dies sort of things. There was I don't know if you saw this post, how much you're on Twitter, but there was a post where someone posted a page of some book by MacArthur, and it turned out that the Japanese emperor was talking about converting to Christianity.
Oh, I heard about this earlier today.
And it hurts.
We're so close.
Like, people don't get it. Like the method of salvation is Jesus Christ dying on the cross and you accepting his free gift. The method of Japan opening itself up to Christianity, even if nobody gets it, is still opening it up, to it, especially if they see the emperor go to church and receive mass, every week.
Yeah.
Well, what's the meaning of the mass? Well, Jesus Christ died on the cross for you. Oh, even if he was.
I was gonna say, like, it's way better than, like, I mean, it's good, obviously, but, like, even better than, like, what ended up happening, which is, like, okay, the emperor's not a god anymore, but, like, we don't really have any replacement religion for state Shinto, so you will work for one of these massive corporations and live and die for the corporation.
Yep. Like, they could have retained a certain amount of their spirituality that is intrinsic in Japanese culture, and even then still comes out in their art. I made a comment, it's like, we would have avoided anime. Whole genres of pornography could exist. It wouldn't exist, excuse me. And, it would be a spiritual culture, and most importantly, more Japanese people would go to heaven. Like, and it's not even just the government saying no. Like, Billy Graham showed up, and he was the biggest while he was alive, evangelical guy. And he didn't cinch the deal. Like, I don't think God was unwilling to see a nation like Japan go to hell in a handbasket like it is right now. It's one of those things where it's like, I know a lot of people who have been helped by Billy Graham, but sometimes things like this rear their ugly heads, and it's like, it makes me question, like, was it him, or was it, because I can't, like, I've been to his I've been to a revival of his, and I can't remember a single thing he said, but I can remember all the people helping other people, pray and stuff like that. So it's like something was happening. But yeah, no, like, the internet isn't much eviler place just for Japan not being, religious in any way, not having any rules or behaviors besides social norms.
Well, it's not like could have staved off the demographic decline as well, because again, it turns out that worshipping Mammon on the megacores is still really bad for your fertility rate.
Yep. I saw an article where some company shut down like 2 hours early because they run like 14 12-hour days or something ridiculous like that, and all of a sudden all the birth rates for their workers just shoots up, and it's like, huh.
Yeah, the Japanese and American suicide rates flip-flop during the COVID lockdowns.
Ugh. Yep.
There's
Yeah.
there's a good video. It's about an hour and a half long or so, called "Why Do You Always Fight Gods in JRPGs?" And it lays out. It's really like about an hour of Japanese philosophical, religious, and governmental history, which then concludes in, and here's why all of these gods and all of these RPGs are basically metaphors for post-World War II corporatism, and this is the artists trying to rebel against basically the god that was installed after World War II, apparently in lieu of Christianity.
Yep. And that's the big concern here. Like mentally, I've been on 4chan, I've been on other places since I've been like 14, and it's like I've seen it get worse and worse, and the stuff that comes from Japan, it's like it's like there was this one story of a certain type of artist discovering her daughter buys her books, which of course no good Christian should have, and it's like they are so far down the rabbit hole of sin and shame that they can only be slightly embarrassed, unable to really do it. There was a comment. Let me see if I can get this up exactly, because I spend a great deal of time studying the culture war, and like cultures and nobility and the past and stuff like that, because I want to put ideas into Pinkerton's Ghosts that'll raise the spirit in a certain way. Let me see here. So this is from Black Horse. He's a part of the Old Glory Club, which I will join soon when some things are done. With a man by the name of Radlib, who does a lot of economic stuff, which sadly I cannot seem to get my head around, and I wish I could. But someone was talking about Waffle House Wendy, and now Oliver Anthony and others who became viral sensations for the right, but in the end, turned out to be, false idols, I guess. It's been funny watching Oliver Anthony realize just exactly what he's done. And he's like, well, I was talking about Republicans, all right? I wasn't singing about Democrats. It's like, well, you're not singing about Democrats. Just anyone in Washington, just, stop making it about right wing versus left wing. And it's like, buddy, you rode that tiger. You're going to get a mauling at this point. You should have just taken the money at the height. It would have been more honest. But Black Horse says, maybe it's time for the right to understand that they should have a leadership class and not look to random people who go viral to set their thinking. But that would require decades of painstaking work, not scrolling social media. And my response is, I think we're about 3 generations away from it today. And the major potentials will be from the artist and academic classes, and rarer the Appalachian and Mormon types, and then the Bronze Age pervert style, if if they breed, which is always a big question for those. The last one. The reason why I don't give much stock to Mormons in Appalachia is that most of the Mormons I've met have been very, I've got mine. And while you do need a certain selfishness to be the great Khan, it doesn't help build social cohesion beyond the mercenary band, and we are not able to fed post IRL and not just in Minecraft. Like, if we could build mechas like the game you're playing, we'd have a different sort of thing, or personal shields like Dune. Something to mitigate the fact that I could be shot by a drone from 500 meters away, which,
You notice that the first thing in science fiction, the first thing people do when they invent mechas is start a rebellion.
It's true.
Like one of the
preconditions
for Revolution is either one set of elites trying to replace another set of elites, or apparently development of Mecha.
Yep.
Also, I'm going to
Well-
cut you off slightly because I try to keep this channel less political.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. So. It's the way that we can affect change through art, and I don't mean political change. I mean personal change, is to slay what we want on the altar of the God-given art ourselves. I personally believe that the muses are, and I don't mean this in a very literal sense, like the muses were literally this, but I believe that the muses are an emanation of the Holy Spirit. And I believe submitting properly to the Holy Spirit's guiding is how we bring good art into the world. And also inspire people to be great cons and ride across the plains.
That I will heartily second.
Right, left? No, man. Genghis Khan nationalism.
Proto-Indo-European nationalism. No more brothers' wars. We are all steppe
Exactly.
nomads inside.
When people ask me what I'll do when the collapse comes, I just tell them I'm gonna hire myself as a cook to the nearest mercenary war band. That's it, some dude in
Either
a
gotta
van.
you either gotta be the warlord or be working for him. You'll be alright. Oh man, this color customization is there's quite a lot here.
Oh yeah.
And this is without even getting into like the custom stuff.
Oh yeah. Like give it about a week and they'll have it modded to the gills.
We're gonna have to build a
If they don't already.
we have to build a Minimech in here at some point.
You gotta start putting some combat frames in there.
Oh yeah, speaking of combat frames, I don't think you've seen this yet. I did tell Chad I was gonna tell him about the secret project. Let's see here. You wanna see the unblurry version?
Oh yes, please. I wish I could have. I've been following you guys working on this stuff. It's been pretty great.
This is what the power of two artists working together has concocted.
Oh yeah, and that looks pretty good. Like it looks professional. It looks sweet.
Yeah,
Plasma stabs.
we're still working out the card template. I think is going to undergo a little more refinement, but the art that Ardenon and Nick have been collaborating on has been like completely blown me away.
Oh yeah, I've been seeing some of the stuff that you guys have been posting. It's good. It's
Yeah.
good. There's also like for some of it, like for professional projects, I do like that kind of style, getting stuff done rather than worrying about particular fancifulness.
Yeah, I think this is mostly what the frames are going to look like at the end, because I'm all about, like, I don't think every card game, or I don't think every card in a card game needs to be full art.
No.
But I do like designs that let you really show off as much of the art as possible.
Oh, absolutely. And for that one, you know, it's showing off like as much as it needs to. Like it could go up a little higher, um, but it doesn't. You know, if you need more space for, you know, descriptors or something, or a box around it, um, you know, but you know, it's fine how it is. That is a crazy amount of. They should have bonuses and disadvantages for how flare your mech is.
Hmm.
Like they lock onto you sooner if you got the wrong colors on in a way that's very visible.
Oh shoot, you can even like take that color scheme and then turn it in. Oh wow, that is. I mean, shoot, even without making your own custom stuff, like that's.
The zebra camo.
Shoot, you could probably. Oh yeah, the shoot, where was that one? One looks pretty good. We have to remember that one for another mech. I've got something in mind for this one, but the zebra pattern is solid.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to make it shiny, metallic looking.
I kind of like the idea of like so with mecha design, there's always a balance between it's a forklift redesigned to be a war machine versus practical use versus, you know, it shines like new every time you see it.
Right.
Because for some, yeah. Because for some, it's very much like, no, like you've been through 50 battles. Your mech would no longer look like it's out of the box. But at the same time, you have to keep a certain amount clean. Otherwise, you risk malfunctions or armor inefficiencies or, you know, whatever you have.
Turn this one into the Yakushiki from Zeta Gundam.
Yeah, like Titanfall. Titanfall was such a good series.
The well, it's cool over here because like all the like industrial equipment over here has got some really like cool colors.
Oh yeah.
Like you've got like these great like teals and purples and stuff on this stuff that like they have fun with it.
Oh yeah. Like I've got a forklift at work and just orange and black. Boring.
And the weapons, actually, the Yakushiki's weapons are pretty dark already, so the weapons don't really need to change color that much. Except for the back units convenient. He's got wing binders and the show. I do a whole stream just building mechs.
I mean, you know, somebody's gonna make a mod that'll like add 100 more options for everything, and Gundam skins.
Yep, I mean that's what I'm basically doing right now.
Oh, I mean literally.
Oh, it
like,
just turns it into the Gundam.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your armored core Yakushiki. That looks good.
It does.
We just need to change the decals. What decal sheet you have on it? Well, I guess it has the kanji for 100, which actually probably be a pretty easy custom decal to make.
Oh yeah.
I wish the shark one could be placed, you know, on the sides.
Right. Like, that's the whole point of the shark one. Ooh.
There we go. We use the infertile eagles. Means wow.
And I approve.
And decal on the head. But select none.
I've always thought that having decals on some of the most delicate parts of your machine are very much. Ooh, you could have put the shark thing on it and moved it to the side, I think.
Oh, really?
I think so. I think that's what it was implying in the custom.
Oh, like adjust paste position. Oh, okay.
Then yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so I need to. How do I rotate the head? Oh, okay, there we go.
You gotta put it right at the nose. The angle's almost built for it.
Let's say that angle. That kind of works. Or is there a way to embiggen the decal? Setting. That kind of works. There's a way to make it bigger. It's pace setting on this maximum distance, spacing adjustments. Oh wait, I can change the angle. I can't change the angle of the sticker, but I think I can change the angle of the. I can get the head to tilt up. It's just looking at it from a different angle. Actually, there we go. I feel like it really needs to be bigger to work well. I think I'll add that one later.
Looks alright.
Now I'm trying to go over no decal on the head. I don't think is an option. Gotta be a way to tell it. I don't know.
Is there like a you can turn off the decal? Like press B or something?
Oh yeah, there we go. X remove. Let's leave the eagles on the shoulders for now.
Yes. Imperial Eagle.
Damn, that looks good in the hanger. Alright. I'm not going to start another mission because it is already almost 2 in the morning over here. I think there is training then. Test performance. So let's move around for a little bit.
One of the disappointing things with Dark Forces is that several of the guns are just kind of overlapping. Like the like I just got the Geron fusion cutter, and then you have the Imperial repeater rifle and the Stormtrooper rifle. They're all just machine guns, basically. The plasma cutter does shoot out 4 at once in a wide spread, but the Imperial repeater sends out 3 in a triangle formation, and it's just kind of hard to explain why I'm doing it. But then they have great weapons like the concussion rifle, which can kill you as much as the enemy if you try to shoot it up close.
Was this the game you were playing tonight that you cleared the level on?
Star Wars Dark Forces, yeah. It's a classic FPS from back in the day when LucasArts was, you know, a thing, and not slaves to whatever hell system they're in right now. I love that one meme where it's like Kathleen Kennedy, and it shows all the feminist brown-haired women, and it's like, what is it? Write what you know, and it's all just a bunch of her. And it's like they removed my boy Kyle Katarn. Makes me sad. And like I was explaining it to my sister, who is into Star Wars now, wasn't into Star Wars when we were kids the same way I was. You know, I've still got like the hardcovers and stuff like that of the expanded universe. Back when, you know, expanded universe, my beloved. And it's like, well, you know, I watched The Mandalorian, the Book of Boba Fett. Did you watch that? No. And I can't enjoy it with you. I know what we've lost. But it's not the same, and it's never really gonna be the same.
Repair kits remaining.
Man, machine gun is.
AP at 50%.
In some ways, this enemy machine gun seems harder to dodge than some of the helicopter stuff.
Yeah. I always figured that, like, for enemy machine guns, anyway, not necessarily like the player's machine gun, there should always be like an actual threat of like, please don't charge, you know, please don't charge the machine gun.
Oh yeah, I really like the like, you really have to like just not be where they're about to shoot by and large.
50%.
Oh yeah.
Combat in this feels, it really does feel Exceed like. Oh yeah, so yeah, the card on screen is for the upcoming Combat Frame Exceed Pocket War card game. it's not a trading card game. It's a customizable deck game, but I'm not selling booster packs because in order to get the manufacturers that can do booster packs, it's quite the initial print run is quite high, and I also do not have the structure set up for organized play that would make something like sealed or draft worth doing. So I'm going to be launching the crowdfunder for the game probably within the month. Just looking to create basically a set of theme decks, one for the Earth Governments in Exile, who have the Grensmark Lancer that you see here, and then one for the Systems Overterrestrial Coalition, who definitely know what's best for Earth and definitely not pressing anybody. Based off another friend of the channel's book series, Combat Frame Exceed, which is he just wrapped it up this year. Basically consists of 2 trilogies. I've not read the last book yet, but first trilogy is really good. Second one's been solid. So far I still like the first trilogy more, but I have not read the big climactic finales of this series yet, so I don't know if that's gonna change my opinion, but I think he was trying to do the I know he was like deliberately trying to make the first or the second trilogy distinct from the first trilogy, and was experimenting with different modes of storytelling, because his whole thing with doing the series in the first place was that he did his Soul Cycle series, which was very much like for him, and so this was him like trying to write something with more mass market appeal, so he decided to do his version of Gundam. So for his second trilogy, he wanted to try doing the whole ensemble cast thing. And I don't know, it hasn't clicked for me as much as the first trilogy did.
Yeah. There's to be clear, like, we're talking the difference between like a 9 out of 10 versus like a 7 out of 10, like, for the audience. Like, you're gonna have a good time whenever you read.
Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed all the books. And actually, book 5, there were some characters in book 5 that I feel like kind of broke out more from the cast and stood out more, which made me really happy, because I think he did a really good job of that in the original trilogy, and that's what I was kind of waiting to see happen. But yeah, we're talking about the difference between like good and great here.
Yeah. Like, I agree that the first series was far and away much better, but also I'm kind of a freak who like Netherreal more than the rest of his Soul Cycle. Like I loved Netherreal. Like, it is one of my favorite like space gothic horror books. I need to read it again, but I couldn't make it past the second book for the rest of it, and I could see like the good stuff in it, but it's like, this is a ship flying through hell with all kinds of crazy characters on board and all kinds of like crazy enemies to fight, and I think it did more for me for that sort of self-contained within it, especially that fantastic ending and setting, than the half-robot girl following those guys around. But I think there's with not the Combat Frame Exceed series, I think there was a certain departure from the larger story that was too focused in on the alien menace, and it never felt like anything the humans did mattered as much as fighting the aliens. So, like, the Pope shows up in the Pope Mecha. That's a pretty 10 out of 10 scene, you know what I mean? Like don't like the rule of cool is being followed to the letter. But even though there was an alien menace with the first trilogy, even when it showed up and mattered, it didn't feel like it it didn't feel like it was more important than the human characters I related to. There was also a bit more time taken in the first series for character moments, and I don't mean in battle character moments. I mean, like that the one guy who eventually turned into the Emperor. I need to reread the first trilogy again because it was pretty good. You know, who started the German Empire again.
Oh yes, he's great.
Yeah, like you know, you'd have where he like basically falls into debt with a you know, some warlord based arms dealer, and he digs out like one of the caches that his crazed
Oh, Todd Ritter,
Todd Ritter, yeah, there we go. Like he has this whole
the
thing where
man,
he has,
Todd Ritter.
he is the man, the legend.
Actually, the inventor
Where
of
he
the
has-
Grensmark Lancer you see
Oh
on
yes.
the screen.
Like I'm trying to, what I'm trying to say poorly is that the whole thing had much more weight with the characters, the actions, the sort of human element. I do think, and I'm including myself in this because I have written science fiction, that sci-fi authors do tend to lose track of the human element when writing their aliens. Like I am unable to, like, so in Ender's Game, we are unable to really grok the mindset of the aliens. They have different values, and the whole reason we had to wage a war of extermination is because
Oh, I've got
of
69
those
armor class
values.
left.
And with that, like, they're like, oh well, you know, what's the word I want? You know, the aliens, you know, don't have individual souls. It's all queens and hive minds and all that stuff. And it's like, yeah, okay, I can dig the concept, but that doesn't mean I understand anything to do with the mentality. Like, they're like, well, it's just like losing your fingernails. Like, you mean like rip? Like, if somebody rips off a fingernail, I'm still gonna feel the pain of it.
You gotta shake hands with
Yeah.
someone and they take your fingernail away.
It's a fight. Like, it's you know, like you know, you're bleeding. You've lost a chunk of yourself that was useful. You know, sure, it will grow, but that doesn't change the fact that you experience pain and suffering for this. So there's a certain element of just being unable to understand it. It's like, well, maybe it's like trimming your fingernails. It's like, yeah, but trimming a fingernail is a thing that I do, or I pay some Vietnamese person in a beauty shop to do if I'm, you know, that kind of person, which I'm not. I've got like 4 nail clippers for some reason. I don't even buy them. Kind of show up. You get like in where I am, most of the beauty shops are happen to be run by the Vietnamese. You get these how do I want to put it? Like, you get these ideas that the author loves, but they don't understand the actual human implication of it. Like with the idea of like ripping off a fingernail or even trimming a fingernail. If somebody just went up, grabbed my hand, and started trimming my nails, I'd push them off. You know, I don't care that my manicure is fire and very envy of the people around me. I care about the fact that this man invaded my personal space and started trimming my nails. Like you can't not, like you can't. The understanding, whatever you think of and however you connect between like humans, cannot apply to an alien. And if you push things onto the aliens too much, either fighting the aliens or trying to understand the aliens, you run a very big risk of breaking a certain amount of the internal logic. Like Brian does a good job with it, where he does make sure it's like, yeah, it's a war of extermination for these aliens. They are fighting to kill everyone. Basically. And they have these things. This is how they infiltrate. That's a pretty good bit. But there's others that I've seen have been absolutely terrible. Gans is a good one that's absolutely horrible. Like aliens are living among us, and the Gans people exterminate them. Turns out they're all refugees from the Conqueror aliens, who, and I was never, like, I've reread Gans, and I still don't really understand where the God aliens come from, who are overmasters of the Conqueror aliens, or I have no idea really what their relationships are, but trying to put some sort of human emotion. The only time they try to do that is at the beginning, where they kill Onion Kid, and Onion Dad comes up and starts killing people. Yeah, sure, you killed his son, so he's angry. Okay, so what about the Buddhist statues that are just killing everybody because they were attacked? They were just kind of being statues. That's their whole alien existence, is to just be a statue. Like with Pinkerton's Ghost, I'm always careful to establish, like, the reason why, Jack Morrow will kill an elf is because that elf is trying to capture somebody to tithe to Tartarus, to take their place in hell, instead of, the elf's place. And that is, of course, unacceptable. So it's like, okay, what's the stakes? The stakes is that some poor kid is going to get literally thrown into a hell pit. So all right, so we can understand that. We can understand not wanting to go to hell. We cannot understand an alien three-headed thing that revives dead people and destroys them just to prove a point that life is meaningless.
Wait, that's what so all I've seen of Gantz was like the Gantz Zero movie that they did, which I don't think delved into any of that lore at all.
So there's as you are aware of yourself, there's always an ending problem with stories, especially long-running stories. Like, how do you end this satisfyingly? And saying nothing matters is not the way to do it. But in this case, so the setting for Xantz is that people who die get a chance to live again if they participate in a death game where they kill a target, or similar. They are given suits, they are given weapons. In the end, there's a decent fighting chance, even though humans still have their physical limitations and, shall we say, HP. Now, the aliens have their own powers and abilities and whatnot, and can definitely fight back. And quite a few of them do, others not so much. And there's a lot of aliens for some reason, and they're starting to take over. So I was pretty satisfied with them fighting the Conqueror aliens and, winning and stuff like that, putting them in their place. The problem is that the guy has been saying stuff about life and replacement friends, and is it worth it to bring somebody back if you get enough points for it, and other things like that. How do you live when you have been dead and you have been brought back? And throughout it, he hasn't actually answered or bothered with questions like, I saw you get run over by a train. How in the world are you back? Or am I the same person? Is my soul my soul? He plays around with some of it, like as in like a character thinks about it, but that's not the same as trying to provide an answer for a question. I do the same thing with Pinkerton's Ghosts. There's a multiverse, and the whole thing is that somebody always tries to come back with the knowledge to prevent the apocalypse. The world is dying, they're going to fight to at least prevent it in another world, the main world. Each person is treated as both an individual and the same basic person as their template. In some cases, it's very literal. It's Sean Russo, and it's always Sean Russo unless outside interferes. And the gag is that there's like 50 Sean Russos running a chain of car dealerships in Ohio. They show up. Here's how the world's gonna end. Here's how you can prevent it. I'm leaving, and then they all kind of hang out in the same place. It's a gag, but the answer is that yes, these are the same guy, but he's not the same guy. Our guy is always the main guy for the story. So then we get into deeper questions. Okay, so all these are quote unquote good Sean Russos. What's the evil Sean Russo? Well, it turns out it's the guy who didn't become a Christian. Big shock. So you play around with that identity thing, but you have an answer. The difference between good and evil is accepting whether or not you have sin in your life and trying to seek redemption from it. Evil Sean Russo literally destroyed the world he came from. Good Sean Russo saves the world he came from. So there's a very clear treatment of morality, of how the characters interact with each other, and whose soul is whose, if you get me. Other stories do something similar, like you have I downloaded Johnny Silverhand's mind into this guy's brain. How do you treat it? Well, people want to make it a question, but the only answer is Johnny Silverhand is taking over this guy's brain, and he is destroying this guy's soul for another chance of life, even if and that's assuming you accept that is the real Johnny Silverhand. And not just a fake and inferior copy to the real Johnny Silverhand. And they don't really question that the same way, from my understanding. This is from Cyberpunk. But it's clear that one is subsuming the other, or one rejects the other, killing him, but he's already going to die because of the damage that the thing did to his mental status. The guy would live if you let him take over, but you got 6 months since you didn't let him take over, something like that. I never played that game. I'm just going over what people talk about. I look up the endings. I'm bad at doing that. So you get Gantz, and it's very clear that these are the same people being brought back, basically at the moment of their death, or similar. Sometimes there's memory things, sometimes there's not. It's a little bit muddy, and I don't think the guy ever went in with a very good answer to it. Like, my answer from the start when I talked to Anthony about the other writer, okay, we can do this. First, it's not going to be Marvel, because that's garbage. Secondly, it has to have purpose, and thirdly, there has to be a clear distinction. Like, we have to sort this out. And we're very careful with it. But I don't think the Gantz author did that. I think he had some very cool ideas that he wanted to shoot for, that in the end meant he couldn't be honest to what his story needed. In the end, his story didn't need these people gawping at the god alien, it needed them to fight it and be destroyed, or win and live, or something similar to that. But in the end, you know, and I don't want to spoil exactly what they did.
You can go ahead.
Let me pull it up. But in the end, it was just unsatisfying. Like like all of a sudden they have all their loved ones back because yeah, it doesn't matter. You stupid humans, just get it back. It's let me see. Like I was pretty disgusted by the end of it. Like I was like, why are you just bringing everyone who's, you know, been murdered back?
Wait, they just reset the whole thing.
Not everyone, but like they brought back a whole lot of people. Uh like, you know, hey, it doesn't matter. And of course, like the author realized what he was doing kinda and essentially turned it around um and had the main character get into a real punch up with the head alien champion. Uh which is alright. But he kinda should have led with that. Let me see here. Alright, so they're talking to the god alien. Some displays of power were made. Some people were brought back to life. Let me see, like somebody fights and is destroyed. Like it's like there's nothing they can do. They're in a giant white box. One guy says, I've got one question for you, and I want an answer. Are human beings really nothing more than things? Toronto and Rika, all of those bloody chunks, all there is to them. Hey man, what you trying to say? What I mean is, human souls, do they really not exist? And the thing goes with the face of Morgan Freeman on a 3D body that is absolutely hideous. Uh, when humans die, approximately 21 grams of data detaches and migrates to a separate dimension. Is this data what you refer to? So, you know, their souls are 21 grams of data. Each set of, and this turns into some other face, I have no idea. Each set of data re-enters this dimension within a new individual, and once that individual is destroyed, it migrates to a separate dimension once again. 2 months from now, Rika will be born as an American woman, and in 20 years, Kay will be born as that woman's child. 2 years after that, Kay will be born as his sister. Different Kay, by the way. Objects that were related in this dimension will maintain those relationships in perpetuity. Uh, that concludes this discussion. From this point forward, we will no longer interfere with Earthling affairs. And that's it, except for the big fight with the champion alien. You know, like, that's about when I stopped, like, caring about anything. It's like, that's it. It's just a wheel of reincarnation.
Hmm.
It's just nothing. It doesn't matter. What you do doesn't matter. You know, you die, you're reincarnated, you come back. Like it is so antithetical to Christian ideas that I couldn't stand it. And quite frankly, anybody who understands even a little bit of philosophy can understand that just going, yeah, dude, you'll be reborn. It doesn't matter. Life's a dream. You know, life is this, life is that. You know, it destroys a certain ability to care about what's going on around you. For those who have read their Spengler, he said that the Hindu, Indian nations pursued their lives like a dream. The Egyptians had the Long March. Um, the Semite peoples, and I just don't mean Jews, and I mean Muslims as well, had the cave, where they occasionally burst forth from it with great violence. Uh, the European is the Faustian man. I'm sure you've heard of that. You have all these different ideas, and the thing is with the cycle of reincarnation, China is a garden. If you have merely a cycle of reincarnation, uh, the impetus to improve your life decreases immensely, and it comes down to personal ambition, without introspection. There's a very good joke that I saw. It had an image of Donald Trump as the Bhagavad Vista, as the Buddha, and it shows Vivek going, "No, Trump of Vista, do not send me into the election cycle once again. Do not reincarnate me. I must escape." It's like, no. You're going into my cabinet. It's the best cabinet. All right. If you can't achieve your ambitions, there's no point fighting for them. Or if you will just come back, there's a certain impetus to make the world a better place for your future reincarnations, but that's still just selfish morality. um it doesn't solve the problem of sin and shame like Christianity does. Instead, it sort of compounds it. What does it matter what I do now? I'll just be reincarnated again. What does it matter if this dog might have a human soul? I will still kick it, for my own cruelty and enjoyment. Um, there's no. It removes any reason to be kind once you break the idea that harming others is also harming yourself, which I don't agree with as a Christian. But like, the deeper you go into this philosophy, the more
Or there's like
uh,
no. Well, yeah. Once humans are no longer made in the image and likeness of God, and if they're just, I mean, shoot. At that point, if you're not made in the image and likeness of God, and you just reincarnate, like, what what is there to you? You are
yep.
28 grams of data.
20. Yep. And that's as authors anyway, something for us to be very concerned about. Um, with our stories, as for Pinkerton's Ghosts, the character arc I have one of my characters going through, he doesn't suddenly realize, yes, if I harm others, it harms myself. He realizes that the justice is the Lord's, and that taking things into his hands to the point where he's committing injustice, even against evil people or people who support an evil regime, you know, harms more than it helps. It cuts people off from heaven. Even though he's saved, the evil that he does is not prevented in the way that people like, say, Joel Osteen might want to sell it. God does not interfere with the evil that we do. He will give you a conscience. He will say, this is my standards. He will let you know the standards. You will be emotionally tied to holding those standards. But they can be ignored. He doesn't strike people who sin with lightning the moment before they sin. I've lost friends to fentanyl. Do you think I love the idea of a friend going to hell because he couldn't handle his fentanyl addiction because his friends gave it to him? Heroin that was tainted with fentanyl, I should say. No, of course not. But at no point did God put a brick wall in his path You know, maybe he had pangs of conscience. Maybe somebody called him up, hey man, do you want to hang out? And it would have interrupted his him taking the drug. But no, in the end, he overdosed. The same way with the death of my brother, who was a Christian. Guaranteed, he was talking about Jesus Christ as we took him off the machines. But the choice that he made, which all good Christians should have refused, poisoned his heart, and God did not prevent it. Now, don't get me wrong. There has been an immense amount of good that has come out of my brother's death. I've witnessed to many, many people through it. People who would not otherwise be open to the gospel. But the sorrow still affects me in ways that I cannot deny. But because I know he's in heaven, the choices that I can make morally are better than the choices I could make if all I know is he will be reincarnated as a cow in the next life. What am I to think of that? What am I to do with that? Well, it means in the end that my brother's death does not matter. He'll be back in a year in a cow. I can't exaggerate how deeply this removes and ruins ideas of morality for your civilization.
Yeah, because that goes right. Like if you're just in a place where you're like coasting along on Christian inertia, you haven't really replaced it with anything. You've just kind of let Christianity wither in your culture, but you're coasting on the inertia. Then that idea that like human life is important, like you get a fair bit of mileage out of that before it like totally vanishes. But to actually like replace it with the idea that, oh no, not only forget this vague notion that the human life matters because you don't remember where you got it from, like replacing with a philosophy that it explicitly makes it like it doesn't matter because they're gonna come back around in some form and eventually they'll hit the reincarnation jackpot and have a decent life again. Like,
yep.
Well, and shoot too, if you've got like that as well, like there's also no defense mechanism against hitting the reset button on your own volition.
Yep. And for the volition, a reset button on people around you as well. Like it's you look at how women are treated. The second you no longer have women as co-equal souls specifically, before God, you lose a great deal of you just lose a great deal of how you can interact with them. Like when it doesn't matter, when it literally doesn't matter, and the fact that their soul was born as a woman is a literal punishment from the gods. It's like, what does it matter? She was a criminal in her previous life. Literally deserves it. Like it's yeah, it gets worse. Like the more I've studied it, the more I've gone down these rabbit holes, the worse it's gotten, to the point where I firmly believe that the only way we can have civilization is to be Christian.
Yeah, I mean, there were lots of them around before Christianity, but none of them were very pleasant places at the end of the day.
Yep. Like it's like there's always been like a queen here, queen of the Scythians, queen had Pharaoh had to Khrushchev of Egypt and all that jazz. But I don't want to pretend like inferior or something like that in that kind of way of human ambition. But when it comes to, you know, baseline respect, baseline human status, you know, once you get into the reincarnation cycles, and once you get into the idea of you know, like XYZ is punishment from the gods, you know, all of a sudden some things stop working, as you said.
Yeah. So you're like, oh, this is why these civilizations suck to be in if you weren't at the top.
Yep.
It's baked into the mindset. Also, on the side, I love how bright the FlaVR logo is. That you can still it's still legible from this view here.
Yeah, I see it. It's pretty great. It's what colors are you repping? Well, this was a group of VTubers back in the 21st century, many, you know, hundreds of years ago, and then they start glazing over.
Okay, so first let me explain what a VTuber is. The position didn't used to be inherited as it is today.
My great grandmother used to put on the full body VR suit and you know, dance for tips in front of a mocap screen.
We used to fill this whole theater with a 3D anime girl. Being here with their glow sticks cheering.
Yeah.
You ever heard of a planet called Earth? There's a place called Japan.
How many would follow these animated idols? Oh, millions. Millions would bow at their altar. And there's a statue of Gura with like a fresco of Pika and others. You know, like
Discovered what appear to be canopic jars stacked at the foot of the statue. Along with many small figurines, chains, and stickers.
These were clearly objects of worship, queens of their respective time periods.
It is almost 3 in the morning.
It's like it's nearly 1 here. Not in the morning.
Are you guys still doing your live streams on Sundays?
Always. This week we have Father Weta and John C. Wright on a Notice Me Matt Frad Pints with Aquinas stream. It's going to be pretty great.
Oh, that should be good. I'll just try and catch that. Or wait, let's see. That'd be your Sunday night.
Yep, it's Sunday 6 p.m. Central.
Yeah. Like mine not. Dang it! That'll be like right as I'm going into work. I'll have to catch it in the VOD.
Oh yeah, I keep them around.
Oh yeah, where's Pinkerton's Ghost stored at? Because I drive like 40 minutes to work every day, so.
It's on the Superversive channel.
Okay.
Let me pull it up because I got the link in there. It's not my link, sorry, it is my link, but where'd the YouTube thing go?
I can only listen to. Well, no, that's not true. I can listen to the new Glory Hammer album repeatedly for quite a while, but it would be nice to get some variety in there.
Yeah. Send you a link over Discord.
really do like the way the mech controls here. Like,
Yeah.
really, I think the only thing so far I'm not a big fan of in the controls is camera. And I think a lot of that is still just like fiddling with the Steam controller, but it is a little weird how like the axis of rotation is directly around you, right?
Yeah.
It's like in an FPS, like you're like more fixed, yeah, because it's an FPS, and so like that point's gonna move out there, and so like you kind of have to. That's what it is. In an FPS, you'd have to kind of like move the cursor towards the edge of the screen before you're gonna start like rotating the whole screen. And this one, like the axis of rotation is just right above you, so it feels like the movements are a lot. Like even with the trackpad sensitivity, I think dialed in more, the movements are just more like coarse because it's not meant to be an FPS thing that where you got to aim it right on the target. It's just meant to generally point you at the bad guy.
Yeah.
But it feels a little. Oh yeah. It's the only part of the controls that don't feel intuitive to me. Everything else, like all the movement stuff here, being able to dodge with energy. Like being able to dodge like that, like chain it into the attack, that all feels like awesome. You can just like slide around all day. And as long as you as long as you stay locked onto the enemy, then it's like awesome. But when you break lock and then have to reacquire it, that's a little frustrating.
Oh yeah. I've never enjoyed the Steam controller. It's I bought one way back when, and it's like couldn't do it, so I bought a Xbox One for Windows. That's been working pretty well.
This is I've been too cheap to ever try a different controller out. So this is what I beat Hollow Knight with.
Wow. I use the keyboard for that one though. I only use them for like Elden Ring and other such.
Oh man,
Over the.
I cannot do platformers with keyboard. It's not entirely true because I used to play Mega Man ROMs that way, but like I gotta have a controller for platformers.
Right. I just can't do it. Part of it is that like I'm most comfortable with keyboard and mouse, and it's very much I don't know, just what I'm comfortable with.
I started gaming with a Game Boy and was mostly handhelds growing up, so I'm really used to having just like control pad under one thumb and some number of buttons under the other.
Oh yeah. It ain't bad. It ain't bad. It ain't me. Actually, my parents kept me from first-person shooters, so I mostly just played Age of Empires and stuff like that.
Played a lot of Sim Safari. And then the Star Wars Episode 1 themed version of Sim Safari where you were like basically got to populate Naboo with whatever critters you wanted to. And if you spawned Rancors, they would just devour everything.
Amazing.
So naturally had to do it.
Of course. It's like a roller coaster tycoon, and you just fling people into space. Try to figure out escape velocity. It's great. Quite frankly, the space coaster is clearly marked and labeled as such. And anybody who enters the space coaster with the 100% fatality rate will certainly, you know, they deserve what they get. They chose it. As you see somebody getting flung into the stratosphere. Aiming for the moon in the daytime. They don't get it, but the math checks out.
Dude, there's a photo mode.
What?
There's a photo mode. Look, I can like. How do I move up? How do I shot web? Take photos of your mechs.
Oh, photo mode.
Total video ads.
Trev B as Johnny mentioned something along the lines of he not know if he is a real deal, but they don't do anything with it after yet. Like people who are not spiritual, who are not Christian, refuse to actually put it down because that means answering the question. And if they answer the question, they have to face realities or ignore them. And there's always steps where you can ignore the question, right? So you could say, I'm going to ignore the question, and people don't do this consciously, but in the story, I'm going to ignore the question at whether Johnny's soul comes along with the chip. I'm going to stop the question at what happens to V after he dies. I'm going to stop the question at what happens when V dies and Johnny takes over. Is he then filled? Is it his soul in there? Or is he just a ghost in the machine? Like there's steps along the what happens when Johnny Silverhand, who has taken over V's body, dies. Like every step along the way, you know, is Johnny Silverhand, who is not a Christian, you know, is he burning in hell, and does it affect how he inhabits the body of V? Like every time we look at it, you know, what does his death mean? What does V's death mean? What does the death mean when he's done? What does it mean when he is removed? What does it mean and destroyed? What does it mean when V is removed and destroyed? Like there's that one's a simple one, but it's like they don't have the same confliction with Adam Smasher, who is 99% metal at this point. You know, does he still have a soul, or is the reason he's so violent, because that's just what the programming is left. But they need a final boss. Ooh, that looks good.
Yeah, I couldn't figure a way to actually like take the screenshot in game, so I think I just have to like use the snipping tool, which captured both my displays here. That's what the crop tool's for.
By the way, you can always tell how shallow an author is by when they cut off the question. If it's like, it doesn't matter, they're the same person, yay, it's like, that's very shallow. Versus, I'm worried every day, what I am. Versus, which is alright, which is normal. Versus, whether or not, like taking religious orders because you've been brought back into a body and now you seek the question, whether or not you have a soul, and specifically what happens to your soul when you, the continuation, die. To me, it's never been much of a question of identity. Ben is always Ben, and Ben will always do Ben things. Which change over time. I'm not working out as much as I used to, but I'm doing more writing. But then, as beforehand, I was working out more and I was doing more writing. Those are all Ben things Ben does. But when you struggle with your own identity and you're trying to write about the identity of others, doesn't turn out very well. And writing by committee. Oof. Ooh. Flavor along the side, yes.
Ooh. There was an idea. Should. Oh, it's pretty good. Very full screen there is mine. That still captures everything.
Yes. Ooh, that's good.
Pictures. I'll have to do a mana paint scheme. I hope it lets you save like once you create a palette. I hope it lets you like save that so you can like switch between them without having to like recreate it each time.
That'd be pretty great.
Flavor Shiki looks good though. Man, the Shiki color scheme looks awesome.
Oh yeah, I love the glow. I love the glow. I mean, it's a target, but it doesn't matter.
This helps it stay cool in space.
Of course, of course.
Oh man, I mean, if someone sees a bright shiny mech, they're gonna be like, "Oh, it would be a shame to scratch that paint job. Let me kill all the other mechs first."
Right.
I don't know. A certain amount of absurdity buys you a couple seconds of survival as the other pilot just looks at you like, "What?"
You wish you had this level of swag. Then, like, the next time his mech shows up in Jordan's.
Get the biggest feet you have for this mech.
Okay, but what's your price point? Okay, buddy. Well, you can't buy the real deal. So, like, it's a fight going well because he's still full of confidence, but then it's like you realize his Jordans are fake. He just starts screaming.
Got a real Rolex on your mech there? I bought it from a shifty mech in an alleyway. Had a giant 4-story trench coat on.
Hey, kid, you want to buy some discount Tims? Do I?
Like some illegal Russian memes.
Oh, boy.
Here's an Article 13 compliant frog for you, my friend. Alright, I think Mina is definitely not waking up to watch Ultraman with us, so I think it's probably a good point to wrap up the stream here. I'll hang out in Discord for a minute, but thank you all for coming by. I've got Oh, in the show note descriptions, I've got a link to Brian Niemeyer's Mecha page where you can see all of the mechas, all the ones from the first book are what we're putting in the card game, and as I have more stuff to spoil for the card game moving forward, I'll show it off on stream. But I'm excited for the project, and just unfortunately, our Kickstarter will also be competing with Yakov Merkin's Amaranth Angels because he's running that thing for like 60 days in a row. But he's doing The Last Starfighter meets Girls in Panzer though, so I'm probably gonna back that. His artist is like if it's the same guy I've been working with from Light into Another World, like his artist is leveled up considerably.
Oh yeah.
Like he's moving more and more away from the like it's anime, but I can tell it wasn't drawn by a Japanese person towards like looking like anime manga style.
Yeah. His from the few pages I've seen, it reminds me a lot of Tsutomu Nihei's more early work, in a very good way. Which I think is peak anime without being anime. An industrial mecha kind of thing.
I may have to poach him after all when it comes time to illustrate my books, but I need to get this written too, which is way down on the list right now of all the things I'm trying to do. You know, on top of job and everything.
Yep. Raising the next great cons and such.
I'm just glad Armored Core's brought Mecha back into the zeitgeist for a bit because the release of Brian's last book coincided with the big family move, so missed my opportunity there. But now I can now see an excuse to just stream more Armored Core and talk about the card game.
Oh, absolutely.
Alright, if anybody's still here, thanks for hanging with us, and look forward to the next stream. Try and get the Ultraman Blazar watch along in sometime this week when Minna is free. And then Armored Core probably go on the weekends, more likely than not. But this has been Billiard or Beercraft and special guest Ben Wheeler.
Try out Pinkerton's Ghosts. I think you'll find something you'll love. It certainly loves you. It's in your walls right now. Wait.
No, it's not Hiroshi.
I'm gonna have a season 3 episode where Jackson is in a building's walls and they're freaking out. It's gonna be great.
Right. That note, chat, check your rolls before bed. Have a good night.
Good night.